later today, so it kind of just has to be this way. I'm gonna try and be quiet, because, you know, there are other people living in this house, and they are asleep. So I'm probably only gonna talk if I'm spoken to, unless there's something important going on, in which case, like, I'll explain myself or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, I'm probably going to be fairly quiet, so I apologise for that in advance, but it is what it is, and I still have things to do, so, you know, I just kind of got to crack on, really. So, yesterday, where I left off, I'd done the tops for all of the ribs along the top. I'd also done the gaps between them. It's okay. It's good enough. Yes, hello, more floor cosplay. I'm just kind of accepting that this is my life now, if I'm honest. So, yeah, I'll be doing more to this, and then I also have some frog surgery, which I promise will make sense later. So, I'll get around to that. This first, and then, yeah, frog surgery. Just trust me, okay? I promise, it will make sense. Okay, hopefully I'm audible. I've clipped the mic onto my top, so... No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not... Honestly, there wasn't much to miss. Like, for the most part, I was faffing with this, and then I went to go get glue sticks, and then I got commandeered because there was some family drama. So, like, I wasn't able to do much anyway, so don't worry about it. It's honestly no biggie. Where's my pen? It's here. Okay. So I'm going to be trying to figure out how to cover this bit next. I think I can cheese it by drawing around a reel of tape, but I want to make sure that that's the case. So I'm going to test it with paper first. And if it works, then I will just draw straight onto my fabric. And that should be fine. Now I completely expect this to be too wide, so I'm cutting it inside the line, and then when I marry it up against the ends, I will just draw it and cut it accordingly. Another all-nighter? What? Hang on, what is this? Although, I don't know, because you slept last night, like, you know, technically, 3 hours is still 3 hours, so I think you've broken your streak, right? Like, this doesn't count as another in the streak. Also, I don't condone this behaviour. Let me make that clear, okay? It's all fun and games, but if you can't help it, then fair enough. I know a very good friend of mine, I met him in the gym, because I go at stupid times, and he has insomnia, so that's why he was there, and that's fair enough. But if you're able to help it, then, you know, do recommend sleep. Like, it is generally pretty good. I think that's one of those things that, like, as I've gotten older, and it's a cliche, right? Like, oh, old man likes his nap. Yes, I do. I like to nap now. It's so rough. But it's a real thing. So, but in my defense, I get up very early. You don't sleep every other night. Jeez, okay. Yeesh. What, is that like a long-standing thing? Just something that you're kind of used to now, or like, what's the deal with that? For about 3 weeks. Gee. So it's a fairly new thing, I guess. Is there anything that's kind of set it off that you're aware of? Like, I know where I'm at, it's like exams and stuff for schools, and a lot of people are very stressed out about it. I don't know if it's anything similar for you. 14 hours, jeez. Nah, that would drive me insane. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy my geriatric naps these days, but I can only really sleep for like, what, sort of 5.5 hours-ish. Anything past that and it's just gross and I don't like it. Jeez, yikes. Yeah, that sucks. I think of all the things to, like, break, leg is extremely rough. But I think for me, like, I would be sent completely over the edge if anything happened to my hands. That's the one that gets me. Because that stops me doing anything. You know? And that's not to downplay you breaking your leg. That's obviously horrendous. But I think it's one of those things I think about a lot. Like, oh, you know, if anything were to happen to any of my limbs, which sounds a little bit unhinged, but like, I do consider this more often than I should, maybe. Like, my hands is the one thing that really scares me. I think that the biggies are like hands and eyes, right? do think quite often about, like... Okay, then this is a little bit unhinged, but I do think quite often, like, technology is advancing at a pretty crazy rate. So, if I were to replace any of my limbs with robot ones, what would I replace? Because, like, my initial thought was, oh, well, I do like my arms and my hands because that would look really cool. And then I thought, no, because I need those. Like, I really need those. Jeez, rod and everything, bloody hell. Yeah, that's horrendous. Yikes. How did you manage that? Was it like a sports injury, or... Because I know you brought up football practice. Jeez. That's nuts. How long ago was that then? It must have been a little while ago if you've been playing football since. Because I can't imagine that sort of thing heals very quickly. March 10th. Ah, I see, okay. Yeah, completely fair. Yeah, something like that. There's absolutely no way with any contact sports. Not for a long ass time. Oh, jeez. Damn. Yeah, that's some rough luck. Man, that really sucks. I can't imagine she was particularly stoked to hear that. Oh no. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know whether that's going to make things better or worse. anyone else, like family or friends wise, that was around that you were able to rely on? Like, was anyone around to help? Oh, okay, good. That's A plus. Still a massive yikes, though. Especially if you're, like, pretty active, usually. Because, like, busting the leg is inconvenient for anyone. But if you're somebody that plays a lot of sports, then it's just, ugh, kind of soul-destroying. Oh, damn. Okay. Well. I was going to say that's convenient, but is it really? I mean, once you're out of hospital, then I'm sure, but the whole time you're in hospital, it's like, cool, but I suppose it's good, because you just feel safer, right? Having people around that kind of know what the deal is. It's one of those things where it's like, as long as they don't look particularly worried, then it's probably fine, right? But then I suppose that goes both ways, because if they do seem worried, then you should be very worried. Surgery the next day, jeez. Yikes. That is pretty intense. I mean, good that it got sorted out pretty quick, but at the same time, that is very intense. What do you mean compared to last time? There was another time. same leg. And I don't know what age 8th grade is, because, you know, British debuff, but same leg, shit. 13 or 14, okay. Yikes. That is extremely rough. Man. You're just not having much luck with that, huh? Oh shit. Man, oh, that super sucks. God, that's gonna sting. Like, it's bad enough on its own, but that is salt straight in the wound. Yikes. Oh. I mean, I don't know, maybe if you've done it once before, it takes less to break it again. I don't know. I think I've only ever broken something once, and even then, that's like me guessing, because it was never confirmed. And it was just a toe, so like I just left it. I didn't go see anyone about it. So like I don't know about breaking things. And I'm hoping that I don't have to find out, to be honest. Ooh, shit. Ah, right. Yeah, okay, well that makes sense. Yeah, I suppose that's a side of things that would be easy to forget in the moment. But I remember I was out with my nan earlier in the year, and she slipped and fell going across a crosswalk, and she was embarrassed, so she got up straight away, and yeah, exactly, right? She got up straight away and walked off, and, you know, I let us get clear of the road, and then was like, right, I'm going to stop you. You're going to sit down for a second, because we don't know how much damage you've actually done here, because you are embarrassed, and you are stubborn, and there's a certain amount of shock. So we're going to give it 5 minutes and assess the situation. Because I know for a fact she would just keep going. As it happens, she was fine. She had a massive bruise on her hip, but beyond that, she was fine. But it is exactly that. Like, you don't know. You don't know the damage. I think I'm pretty lucky in that respect. I don't have many injuries, or I haven't had many injuries. Hopefully, I will continue not to have injuries. Jesus Christ. How on earth did you manage that? Oh, great. You're just a walking liability, you are. Bloody hell. Although I do remember the first holiday that I ever went on with my mates. We look, we were arguably too old for it, but we did it anyway, right? We bought a load of Nerf guns with us, and we were getting very competitive. And my then boyfriend was like running around the outside of this holiday place, and one of us had left our window open to our room, and it happened to be right around the corner. So he was just running, turned this corner, and like rammed his collarbone into the corner of this window, and took a chunk of skin out. It was really grim. In hindsight, we probably should have like actually got him some kind of medical attention, but we didn't. We just kind of shrugged it off, like, I'm sure that'll be fine. Yeesh. See, I'd have just lied. I'd have just made some shit up. I used to be quite good at that. Just coming up with something on the fly. But then, I don't know, I don't think my brother and I got into that much trouble. Like, you know, we'd beef over things occasionally, but I think not as often as a lot of siblings. We were pretty good, really. no, that's reasonable. I suppose that makes sense. I don't think, really, my brother and I ever got into, like, many, well, no, like, major physical altercations. It was mostly just arguing. Like, there was, okay, so there was one time, it was, it was when he'd just started secondary school. I'm trying to think what age I would have been, or what the equivalent would be in America. I think like high school, I think is what it is. Um, and he just got into like the rugby club, right? Because we're very different builds. He's very stocky, and I'm very slender. So he just gotten into rugby, and he was very cocky, and he thought he would tackle me in the hallway in the house. My mum didn't see this. All she saw was me on top of my brother with his arm up his back and him begging me to get off of him. So then I get in shit for it, and I'm like, this is self-defense, okay? Like, sure, did I need to be holding him like that for as long as I was? No. But also, was he gonna learn if I didn't? Probably not. He didn't try it again, so it's fine. I don't think I could do that these days because he is like a man mountain now. So he could absolutely wreck my shit. But, you know. At the time, I think that was completely justified. I am absolutely a twink, yes. I definitely am. I would rather be a little more jacked, but I do not. Not at the minute. It's one of those things, like, sure, I would like to have a partner, but it's so low on my priority list. Like, I'm pretty indifferent about it at the minute, because I've got so much other stuff to do, you know? So, like, I'm not actively dating or anything. I'm just taking it as one of those, like, it is what it is. It'll happen when it happens, and I'm not particularly bothered. I'm certainly not desperate for anything, you know? And I think the trouble is, like, and again, I feel like I'm going to get in trouble for generalizing here, but when you think of a homosexual man, right, you tend to think of someone who is quite effeminate. I'm not attracted to that. I'm attracted to masculinity. And that's kind of hard to find when you're already quite masculine. Because usually there's, like, I say usually. Again, I'm so gonna get in shit for generalizing, but thank you. I would like to have my jacked boyfriend. I would very much like to have my jacked boyfriend. But, yeah. Generally speaking, there's like, you get like, you're more masculine and you're more feminine, right? You say that, but yeah, I suppose in that respect, technically yes, because I'm looking for somebody who is more masculine than feminine. But I don't know, because like my mannerisms aren't effeminate, you know. So it's tricky because I feel like I attract a lot of the more effeminate guys, which I'm flattered by, you know. I appreciate the interest, but I'm not, I can't reciprocate that, you know. So, yeah. Exactly, right? Exactly. I walk the line, okay? But I'm definitely quite sort of bullish. It is 3 a.m. This is the sort of time that I used to stream, so back when I was making my cosplay for Comic-Con last year in October. But I'm usually in the gym at this time. I'm trying to switch up my routine so that I can actually get work done, because my days are so inconsistent at the minute. Yeah. Well, actually not so much. I just go to bed very, very early. Like, it is a running joke amongst my friends that I have the bedtime routine of a toddler. Like, I am in bed by sort of 6 p.m. But then I get up at like 10 to midnight, so like, so like, I'll have my dinner around 4:30 p.m. so that I'm done by 5 p.m. so that I've then got an hour-ish to get my shit together and actually be in bed, and then I can sleep for long enough, you know? I'm sure it's fine. I choose to believe it's fine. Gee. Yeah, no. I have to be quite strict with, like, my lunch times and stuff, because my routine is so tight, you know? What do I do for work? Well, that's an excellent question. So, it's a tricky right? Because what I want to be doing for work is all of this. Making stuff, streaming stuff, social, I would say social media stuff, but I'm very, very shit at that, and I need to be better at that, because it's important. So I am registered as being freelance, right? But I've had an awful lot happen in the last year that has made it difficult to spend my time doing this stuff. A lot of drama, a lot of chaos. Yeah. So when I was working for a company, I used to do the early shifts, and I would start at 6:30 in the morning. Well, I'd get there at 6, but I'd start at 6:30 in the morning, and then I would finish around 3:15 in the afternoon, so that I could get home, eat, go immediately to bed, and then rinse and repeat, do the same thing. So jeez, that's rough. That is a yikes. Okay, I'm gonna BRB real quick to go refill my drink, so bear with me for a sec, I won't be long. whether I need to move my cam up slightly, because yeah, I feel like that's better. Cool. You just have to endure my knees now, but you know, it is what it is. Right. I need to figure out how big to make the strips for these bits. I have more paper. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, okay? It's the floor. What can I say? At least I put socks on, right? It could have been worse. It could have been my toes as well. So... You know, I did consider starting an OnlyFeet. Because there is like a market for feet pics. I personally don't understand that. Well, I mean, I say I don't understand, like it's some kind of having a kink as a completely foreign concept, but like I had considered, you know, maybe people would enjoy foot pics. Look, it is what it is, you know. Like I'm not particularly phased. It's not something that would bother me a whole bunch. Yeah, like literally. It's one of those things. I don't know, maybe I'm just too like logical with it. But I just view it from a lens of like, if there is a market for something and people enjoy it and nobody gets hurt, like, cool, you know? Let people enjoy what they like, I guess. So long as you're not exploiting anyone, I don't see an issue. But I can also appreciate that I am, like, very cold, sort of logical with stuff. So maybe there's more to it than I think there is. You know? Maybe I'm missing something. I couldn't tell you, really. I just don't see the harm, I suppose. As I say, as long as everything's consensual and no one's being exploited, then do what you like. Hey, look, I do, okay? I would like a jacked boyfriend, that would be nice. But I would also like to be jacked myself, so, you know. If I could wind up bagging a PT, that would be wonderful. Because I need somebody to be on my case 24/7. Because, like, going to the gym isn't a problem for me. Like, that's the easy part. But my diet is really bad. Like, I just don't eat, really. And that's why I am so damn skinny. I think I can make that work. I just need to add on a tiny bit. God, no. Nah, see. Clingy and obsessed, absolutely not. So, that's something I'm very, very strict on. Like, whoever I end up with has to be extremely laid back and patient. Because I'm a lot better than I used to be, but I'm fairly intense. Nah, see, golden retrievers, they're too lovey, and, like, that annoys me. I don't do, like, soppy, romantic. Like, I'm very practical. I'm not big on, like, the emotional side of things. It's really not. It's not my scene. I'm just not interested. I don't want anybody to be fawning over me or obsessing over me. I'm totally uninterested. Like, my last relationship, we were together for a very long time, and we acted more like friends than partners, and that for me was great. I liked that. I'm not sure whether he liked it as much as he thought he did, but I know that I liked that. So, yeah. Yeah, the only boyfriend I've had, really. I did have another boyfriend briefly in high school, but that was not for very long, and didn't really go anywhere. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's the ideal, right? Like, calm, patient, but also, like, motivated, because that's something that annoyed me about my ex, is that he was very calm and very patient, but he had no motivation. And anytime it got to, like, the weekend it was like, oh, what should we do this weekend? He'd always like get me to figure out what we'd do. And you know, I'm a control freak. I like to make plans, but also sometimes it's like, well, I'd say to him like, I don't know, is there anything you want to do? And he would have like actually nothing. He wouldn't know. And I don't know, it sounds like kind of a douchey thing to pick on, but it did annoy me. Like, anything we ever did was because I had suggested it. He was quite happy to spend a day doing nothing. I can't do that. It drives me insane. So, no. It's funny. I didn't think I was that picky with this stuff, but apparently I am. I'm just now learning that I am picky. Because people have asked me before, like, oh, you know, what would you be looking for in a partner? And I've said the same stuff, you know? But I don't know, maybe I'm asking for a lot here. I'm not sure. I don't know, maybe I'm not sure what he's like these days, but back when we were together, it was very much like he would just leave it to me to decide stuff. But I've got no idea what he's up to now, so. Because for a very long time, like, we were still friends, and we would still talk, and we would still hang out. We went on like a little, like, mini holiday thing to Berlin together, and that was really cool. But then he... It's a really weird story. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm kind of unusual with relationship stuff, I guess, in that I am completely indifferent. I suppose because I've only been in one proper relationship before, and it lasted such a long time. I'm just kind of like, eh, you know? I'm very much in sort of a, I could take it, I could leave it mindset. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, if something happens, then cool. If it doesn't happen, also cool. I don't care. I don't know. Maybe it's unusual, maybe it isn't. But like, the vast majority of my friends have gotten married and have a house together, and one couple has just had a baby girl, which is nuts, and we're all extremely hyped about it. But like, maybe I'm unusual in that I've never looked at any of that and been like, oh, I wish that was me. Like, I don't care. I'm lucky, I'm able to just be happy about it and happy for them because I care about them. Why wouldn't I be happy, you know? helps that, like, we've all been very good friends since high school, right? Like, we always stayed in touch, and we've done lots of stuff together since. So we're all very close. Yeah. Also, I'm 29. I am 29, damn it. I am not 30 yet. And I will hold on to that for the next few months until I am 30. So, yeah. And as far as, like, figuring out, yeah, I'm very close to 30. Painfully close to 30. But not yet. Not yet. And as far as, like, figuring out your sexuality, I don't know. Because that's another thing that I have kind of a bias with. I'm very, very good at analysing myself. And I spend a lot of time thinking about things. And when I was in high school, it was never something that I really, like, stopped to question. It was just like, I am attracted to this. And that was just kind of the end of it. Like, I didn't really go any deeper into it than that. That was just sort of the way that it was. And I don't think it needs to be any deeper than that. Like, if you are attracted to someone or something or whatever, like, that just is the way that it is, right? I don't know, maybe I'm oversimplifying things. Maybe there's more to it that I'm not aware of. But that's my experience. And that kind of leads into a potentially hot take of mine, in that I don't enjoy the way that with social media, there's a lot of pressure for people to figure out their alignments, and I don't see why that should matter a whole bunch, really. Well, so I would look at it as like, okay, hang on, let me sip my water and then I'll try and formulate this. So, for me, I can appreciate women, right? Like, I can look at a woman and think, damn, but I define it from the perspective of relationships, right? So, like, I can find a woman attractive, but I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with a woman, because a relationship is more than just being physically attracted to someone, right? Like, there is a lot more depth to it than that. So that's how I view it. So, like, I am definitely gay, 100%, because I want to be in a relationship with a man, right? Or somebody who is masculine, inherently masculine. I would be completely fine with dating somebody who is transgender as long as they are physically presenting themselves as masculine and their mannerisms are masculine. That's my thing. I am attracted to masculinity foremost. But that doesn't mean that, like, I can't appreciate a woman. That's my take. And, you know, I'm sure other people can disagree and say that that makes me bisexual. Maybe it does. I don't know. But I know that I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with a woman. So that's my stance. And you can take that for what it is. I don't know whether that helps you a lot. Well, then that to me is being bisexual. If you genuinely would be fine with either, then yeah, that is classically bisexual. So why see, now I'm at risk of getting personal with it. So why is this something that you're kind of struggling with defining at the minute? Why is this something that's playing on your mind? Because to me, this seems like a fairly easy thing to quantify. Ah, okay. I see. Um, so that's something that I can't advise on. My stance is, so, full disclosure, right? Like, I am not religious. Not even a little bit. Um, but my stance is that if if I were to approach this from, like, the fundamentals as far as religion, and if if God is omnibenevolent, then who you are attracted to wouldn't matter to God, right? And again, I can't advise you on this. This is not my area. That is just my take on things. You are not causing any harm in who you find attractive. And if you are approaching things with love and care, then I feel that an omnibenevolent God would appreciate that, right? But I'm also very aware that there are a lot of difficulties when it comes to religions and sexuality. And especially in America, I know there's a lot of conflict around that sort of thing. So I can't help with that. But I do believe that any advice that you're given that comes from a kind place or a caring place, that's the stuff that you should be listening to, right? And I think that just applies in general. If you're coming from a good place and the people that you're listening to are also coming from a good place, then that's fair, right? You're welcome. I am genuinely glad that this has been useful. I appreciate that I'm very lucky in that I've never really had any pushback. Not just for the fact that I'm gay, right? But also, I will let you in on a poorly kept secret. I am also transgender, and that's something that I also haven't really had a problem with. Yeah, high school was awkward because I didn't tell anybody about it, and yeah, and it wasn't until after high school that I did something about it, right? But I do understand that I am lucky because, like, in family terms, it was never an issue. Friend terms, never an issue. And I can appreciate that that's probably unusual. And I imagine that if I were in the States, it could have been pretty dodgy, right? So it's difficult for me to give much more in the way of advice because I don't come from the same circumstance. I can only speak on my experience, and I have had a very easy time. I think it helps that I have the attitude that I do, in that I don't really care what other people think. Like, there are certain family members who are not particularly stoked. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me because they don't matter to me, so why should their opinion matter to me? It doesn't. So yeah, for me, like, this is, I won't say it's easy, but for me, it kind of is, right? Like, everything's pretty black and white, pretty cut and dry. Like, I know who I am, I know what I like, and that's the full extent. Like, the rest doesn't really matter to me. And I understand that a lot of people do care about their perception, right? Please, for the love of God, don't phrase it like that. That makes it sound like I'm grooming someone, okay? No. My God, no. And that's something that, like, I was literally discussing this with a mate the other day. That's something that scares me about streaming and being more public facing, is that I want to always be exceptionally clear with people over my intentions. And like, I want to be very careful when I'm trying to help people out with stuff and say that, like, look, this is my experience, this is how I would approach something. I am not trying to attract troubled teens to my streams, okay? Like, you can absolutely be present as a troubled teen. I am not doing this for any nefarious purposes, okay? This is genuinely just me trying to be a decent human being, and that is the full extent. That is it. That's the whole shebang. Like, I have plenty of mates that are older than me that also have issues that I also try to help. So please don't make this a horrendous out of context scenario, right? Like, I'm just trying to impart a little bit of my lived experience in the hopes that it could be helpful to anybody who is struggling to contend with something similar, right? Like, that's it. And I don't really keep secrets. It's more one of those things that, like I was saying the other day, I don't lead with that information. If it is relevant to the subject matter, then okay. But it's not something that I, like, will immediately tell people as soon as I meet them, right? Yes, literally. Literally, I am. I am both of those things. So for the love of God, no. Absolutely not. No, no way. Like, my little cousins, right? And I call them my little cousins because in my brain they are little. One of them is your age, so no. Categorically no. Yeah. And you know what sucks? I shouldn't have to clarify that. I shouldn't have to yeah, okay, fine. Fine. Whatever. Whatever, right? Sure. I'm not beating the allegations, so at this point I might as well just lean into it. I am, frankly, definitely compared to you, I am old. So no. God no. Yeah. It sucks. I shouldn't have to clarify this in such strong terms. And it scares me that we are existing in a world wherein I do have to clarify this. Exactly. In this context, I am old. In this context, I am fucking ancient. And you are a damn fetus. So, no. My God, no. But then to me, like, if you have teen in your age, then you are too young for anything in my brain. Like, I can't compute that. Like, that freaks me out. Like, in the UK, the age of consent is 16. I hate that. That is so weird to me. Like, it's just weird and it's gross and ugh. Yep, 16. It is 16. And I didn't agree with it when I was 16, and I don't agree with it now. I have never agreed with it. Yeah, I've always thought that is totally unhinged. And I'm very, very anti. Like, I remember going to school with a girl, and she was would we have been 16 or would we have been a little bit younger? But either way, like, there came a point where we could literally see that she was pregnant. And it was so fucked. And she did end up, like, dropping out of school. So, yeah, 20 is fine. 20 is fine, 20 is fair. That is okay. I don't mind 20. Anything below 20, like, as far as I'm concerned, if you're under 20, you shouldn't even be on shit like Roblox. Like, get off of that. No, bad. Absolutely not. Really, like, I feel like the internet as a whole, you shouldn't be allowed on anything with, like, a chat functionality until you are, at the very least, 18. Absolute least. Anything with a live chat, right? No, you should just be banned. Christ. That is a horrifying prospect. Like, even with the mate of mine who's just had a baby, I was messaging her afterwards like, hey yo, this is hype, but not gonna lie, in my mind we're all still like in our teens, so this is really weird to me, and I can't process that you have a child now. And she messaged back like, yeah, no, me neither. Like, it's so weird. And we are in our late 20s for the most part. So some of us early 30s, but not yet. There's one other guy in the friendship group who will be 30 before me. But I am then next in line, so yeah. And like, to us, that is weird. So the idea of anyone younger than us having kids is like super weird. Super, super weird. Okay, I think I am pretty okay with how this is currently. And what I'll do next is the frog surgery. Because I promised that would make sense, and I will uphold it. Okay, that's another thing that bothers me. Like, and that was the thing back when I was in high school. The amount of kids that you would see, like, across the field smoking. Like, come on, man. Like, and for me, it was weird when it was in high school. These days, there are literal children who are vaping, and that is deplorable. That is insane. Like, it was weird enough having 15-year-olds smoking, right? Now it's like 11-year-olds. What is this? Yeah, I think smoking was more of a thing when I was in school. These days, it's much more vaping. Much, much more vaping. Um, I do occasionally clock the odd smoker, but for the most part, it is just vapes everywhere, literally everywhere. Um, and yeah, like actual children vaping, so weird, so weird. I don't understand it, and I never will. And I don't want to try, because frankly, there is no good reason. And there never will be. Also, I have a frog. I swear this will make sense. Yeah, no, I have prescription meds for ADHD, um, and I should be on a higher dose, but meds scare me, so, you know, I try to go with the absolute bare minimum. And it's that and hormones, and that's it. Like, no. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any non-prescription drugs, unless you count multivitamins, but probably not, right? So no, I don't do anything. Um, I've never seen the appeal. Like, I don't understand it particularly. I've always I'm someone who enjoys like being in control of myself, you know. Yeah. But then again, that's like prescribed stuff, so that's completely fair. Um, but I've never gotten into substances purely because, like, I think a lot of people do stuff like that for fun or for escapism, and my I'm enjoying myself the most when I am fully in control of myself and a situation. And like those are completely opposing concepts, right? So I've literally never done anything ever. It doesn't appeal to me. So, you know, I just don't. Um, and I, I don't want to be that like that cringy nerd, but also I don't need substances to have a good time. I don't. Like, I genuinely don't. I can enjoy myself perfectly fine without stuff like that, right? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Um, I I have it embedded very firmly as part of my morning routine. And because I also have autism, routines are a massive, massive thing for me. So I can remember to take it because my routine matters. And that's the only reason that I remember, because otherwise I so wouldn't. I so wouldn't. But that's part of it, right? Like, I didn't realize until I actually went through the process of diagnosis for ADHD. I didn't realize that being forgetful was a massive part of it. I've just always been forgetful, and I've never really stopped to consider why that would be. And then going through all the criteria for this, I was like, oh shit. So that's why my brain sucks. That's why I'm so shit at remembering things. It's because I am fundamentally inattentive, which I didn't think I was until I went through it all with a clinician and then, like, you know, had that little light bulb moment and thought, oh, fuck, all right, cool, I guess. Good for me, maybe. I mean, to be honest, it was just nice to have an explanation that wasn't I'm just shit, you know? It's uh it's uh it's an interesting existence, you know? It's and this is why like I will discuss these things totally happily with people when they come up, but I never start a conversation with it because I don't want people to be like, "Oh, I see. So you tick all those diversity boxes, then don't you?" Yes, I do. But I don't want people to think that I'm leaning into that because I'm not. Like, I'm so not. And I hate people that do try to capitalize on that. No, actually, I do not have dyslexia. I don't. I am a grammar freak, and I used to do a lot of proofreading for people back in the day because I enjoyed it. So, yeah. My nan is dyslexic, though. She definitely is. She will ask me frequently how to spell stuff, and when she texts me, I will kind of sidle up to her later and be like, "Hey, yo, by the way, this word you used, it's not real." So yeah, that's fine. Actually, you've been pretty good, really. I don't think I've clocked anything major. I've definitely seen worse, so it's fine. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't like I don't like the idea of people perceiving me as a diversity hire, right? Like I want people to meet me and get to know me a little bit before I like drop any of that. I mean, as I say, if people ask, I'll tell them, but I don't want people to think that it's something that I'm trying to use, right? It's very much one of those, this is a side aspect of my being, not my entire being. It's a thing, but it's all little things that come together to make a bigger picture, right? Yeah, no, autocorrect is fair. Autocorrect is fair. I mean, I I hate autocorrect because it will always try to change the words that I'm using for things that it thinks I should be using. And it's like, no, I'm using this word. I'm using it in the right context. I know it's correct. Like, autocorrect tries to dumb me down, and that pisses me off. Like, oh, did you mean this? No, bitch, I meant what I said. I know what I'm doing. Damn robot. But I'm quite picky with stuff like that. Yeah, look, I like I say, you are not the first to say this. You will not be the last. At this point, I feel like I should just be leaning into the vampire caricature, because that's what I've been assigned anyway. And frankly, there are worse things to be characterized as in this world than an ancient vampire. So it's fine. I will accept the archetype. It's pretty fair, really. And I enjoy a good vampire. It's fine. Not like the Twilight version, but I'll take that. I'll take that. I always thought, I'd be like a duke or something, because that's cool. That's a cool title to have. I think I'd rather be a duke than a king, because you get to sound fancy without having an awful lot of responsibility, you know? Like, people aren't asking the duke about matters of court. I mean, maybe they are, but yeah, it's look. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if I were to actually be centuries old, I'd like to think I would be smart enough to keep a low profile, but also I don't know. Maybe during like the Georgian period, I just went a little bit ham, then faked my own death, and then you know went back to pretending to be normal. Who knows? It's a fun concept, though. I mean, it's been done to death, but doesn't mean it isn't fun. So I quite like the premise. It would make for a good, like, long running series because you could just keep rebooting it with different eras. Maybe it's been done already. Probably. feelings. If I had any, they might be hurt. Anyway, I'm gonna cut into this frog. I just need the straps. That's it. That's the sole reason. And I'm also meeting with a bunch of friends later today, and one of them is the friend that I'm making all of this for. So I'm going to gift her the frog and provide no context. Because, yeah, I will just have a frog at the end of this, so... Thanks. I would define myself as introspective. Because I feel like smart... The connotations that come with smart, I don't feel I live up to. Like, I wouldn't want to call myself smart. I'm analytical, I guess. I just think about things a lot. I think about things a lot, and yeah. That's just kind of what it is, really. I think self-awareness is important, you know? That's fine. I am like that with my good friends. I don't do that with people that I don't know very well, just because am... I don't want them to perceive it poorly, you know? But people who have a better idea of what I'm about, yeah, totally. Totally. Like, that is standard affair. So, no, I don't take things personally. Like, to be honest, it generally takes quite a lot to actually offend me. You know a fair amount. I think you've got, like, the cliff notes here. You know a reasonable amount. And that comes back to what I was saying the other day about the fact that I am a chronic oversharer. And I think it's because things just don't matter to me particularly. Well, yeah. And only what is relevant to the topic at hand, right? Like, I'm happy to discuss stuff. Nihilism? A little bit. A little bit. But I've been looking more into Hermeticism recently, and that's been fascinating. So I think the thing with nihilism is that, to an extent, yeah, fair, completely fair. But also, I view these things in the lens of, cool, but how does that help me, right? So I think a lot of the time with nihilism, it's very easy to take that and to make it into something that is inherently pessimistic, and that doesn't benefit me. So, yes, there are nihilistic elements, like ultimately nobody matters. Like, the entire planet could blink out of existence tomorrow and nothing would change. Nobody's special, you know, the standard affair. But I do think it's important to view your life from your perspective, right? Because at the end of the day, you are the one that is living, or as far as you can tell, you're living, right? But that's a whole nother subject. So I've always said that, like, okay, in the grand scheme of the universe, you do not matter. But in your personal universe, you are at the absolute center of it, and you matter the most. And you can only live through your perspective. So by default, you have to be important. Well, I don't know. Again, I am not religious. And I just think about things a lot. So for me, I tend to come to pretty philosophical conclusions about things. And I quite enjoy thinking on these things. And I like to think that if I were religious, I would find a way to blend it. Like, I'd find elements of the two that can work together. Because there will be overlaps. I don't know what they are, but there will be things that can work together. At the end of the day, I think as long as what you're taking away from it is helpful, that's the main thing, right? Because there's no point in just being existential because you can, right? Or like just viewing things as, oh, what's the point? We're all going to die. Yeah. But then what's the point in living? Like, life only has meaning because we assign meaning to it. And if you're choosing not to assign it any meaning, then it has none. And that's just stupid. Like, why would you do that? That is peak self-sabotage. So give it meaning. Find things that matter. Learn to care. Because it's better to feel things than to not feel things. I would rather feel the most horrendous grief if it meant that I could also feel tremendous joy, right? That to me is everything. I would rather have that than just go, well, nothing matters, so I'm just not going to care about any of it, because then you will never care. And you will miss out on the experience of caring. And that is just a massive waste, right? So I suppose what I'm trying to say is try to pull the positives out of whatever you roll with. No, I've not been advertising. I should be. I'm shit at that. But I'm always open to more cult members. So more than happy to initiate more people. I think at the minute, because I'm trying to figure out what my stream schedule even is or can be. Like, once I have pinned down when I'm doing shit, it'll be much easier to advertise. And that will get easier once the weather stops being shit. At the minute, it's just a little bit awkward because I don't have a lot of space to work in, so I've been swearing a whole bunch. What do you mean? Don't know what you're talking about. anything else from this frog? I don't think so. Cool. Alright, well. Thank you, Mr. Frog. Yeah. Yeah, I swear tons. Like, when I first start streaming, I'm quite aware and I'm quite conscious of, like, trying to keep things fairly, you know, not necessarily PG, but, like, just kind of surface level. But as I get lost in the source, I kind of slip back into myself, and then I will just, like, punctuate most of my sentences with curse words, because that's what I'm used to. Like, that is my default. I am constantly swearing. So, yeah. That's my baseline. And it takes a fair amount of effort to not do that. Because I just don't even think about it, really. Yeah, you think? Yeah, maybe sleep is, you know, kinda, sorta, slightly necessary-ish. Just maybe. Crazy thought. I think I'm gonna be smart about this, actually. So, yeah, fun little hack. These kinds of straps, when you cut them, they fray like a motherfucker. So, you've got a couple of different options. Usually, I would use clear nail varnish and just run it along the edge, and that just stops it fraying. But I have hot glue, so I'm going to do that instead. And yeah, that way, the whole strap doesn't come undone, which is good. So, yeah, fun little tip. I want to try and get these assembled so that I can test it on my mate when I see her later. Oh, great, okay. That's, I'm sure that's fine. Nothing to worry about there. It's almost like you kind of need to sleep at some point, you know? Who'd have thought? It's always fun when your brain gets to that point where it's like gaslighting itself. That's the best. It's always fun. Yeah, right. It always makes me laugh because when people talk about me, they tend to do it from the perspective of like, oh yeah, no, he's really healthy, he goes to the gym, he's super active. Like, yeah, I'm super active, but I'm not healthy. Nah, absolutely not. There's no way. Like, my diet is really bad in that it just kind of doesn't exist. My sleep schedule is bizarre. And yeah, like, nah. Accusing me of being healthy, absolutely not. So, no, I get that. I understand that. That's fine. You've got plenty of time to get your shit together, so... Oh, great. That's something to look forward to. Jeez. Though I do find now that, like, I can recognize when my brain is starting to fall asleep, because it will jump in with, like, random shit. How do I describe it without sounding like I'm going mental? Like, I will just, like... It'll always be when I'm spacing out, right? And I will just start seeing little scenes playing out in my head. But they'll only last for, like, a split second. And then I'll be back in the room. And, like, I will realize I'm doing it, and then think, okay, I should probably take a nap then. Jeez. Yeah, no, I don't hallucinate. It's basically like daydreaming, only, like, I'm being invaded by it, rather than, like, me going there, it comes to me. Which sounds really ominous, but it's like it happens in the background, but I can see that it's happening, so I'm not, like, in there, but I'm observing it from the outside. Like, I spend a lot of my life in third person. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be concerned with that or not, but I choose not to be, so yeah. That's how I spend a lot of my time, is just in third person. Jeez. That's... okay, yeah, that's kind of scary. That would freak me out, to be honest. That definitely would. Jeez. Yeah, that might be, you know, that might be a sleep-related thing. Just a hunch. Trying to decide where I want to put these straps. Because I feel like having that down there is going to be too low. Yeah, I feel like in the middle is going to be the best bet, because up there is going to be too high. Yeah, I think in the middle. Cool, okay. That's fine. I'll just have them roughly match up. It's no biggie. I also need to think about how I want to attach these. Oh wow, a whole 3 hours, good for you. Jeez. In fairness, I, I, I haven't looked how much sleep I got last night. I don't think it was as much as usual, because I woke up several times, but that's pretty standard. Yeah, I think I will hot glue it, but I also want to, like, really secure it. So I think I will put a drawing pin through as well, just to make sure. But let me check how much sleep I got last night, because now I'm kind of curious. Okay, yeah, just over 5 hours. That's fine. That's fine. I can survive on that. That's no biggie. Between 5 and 5.5 is totally fine. So, yeah. That's whatever. Yeah, I think I will definitely stick one of these through here. Accent? What do you mean? What did I do? What did I say? This is just how I talk. Actually, this is pretty, like, this is surprisingly chill. Usually I'm a lot more wooden on stream, but like I was saying the other day, it's much easier to do this when there are other people around. So, yeah, I have an easier time with more people. On my own, this is much more difficult, and I just sound a little bit robotic. But, yeah. My accent just randomly appears. It's been here the whole time. I don't know what you mean. What word was it specifically? Damn it. Because now I want to know. I'm super curious. Which word has outed me? What? What specifically? Or there again? Oh, okay, right. That's interesting. Because I don't perceive a change, really. That's funny. I didn't think that there were certain words that, like, were super noticeable. But I guess there are. That's news to me. It's definitely funny. But then that's the thing, right? Like, I'm surrounded by other British people. I need to learn American. Damn. I mean, I don't know. I feel like doing an American accent in front of an American is just asking for trouble. Like I can do it around my friends because they're not American, so they can't judge me. But with somebody who is actually American, nah, I feel like I'm just gonna get punched. And I would deserve to be punched, frankly. Because it would just be inherently cringe. Oh, this is stronger than I thought it was. Maybe I need to go get a drill. I don't really want to have to go get a drill. Didn't really want to be poking holes in this to begin with, is the thing. a lot harder than I thought. Nice. Yeah, nah, exactly. Like, there's no way. There is absolutely no way. Also, is it true that, like Americans really enjoy British accents? Is that true? Because I hear that a lot, and I don't understand why that would be the case. Although I guess it depends, like, what we're calling a British accent. Whether it's like, you know, because it is different depending on where you go, right? Is it like your stereotypical like Queen's English that people like so much, or because I do know one guy who really likes the Scottish accent, which I thought was fascinating. Of all the things to choose, many find it unattractive. See, that I can understand more. That makes a lot more sense. As somebody who exists within the UK, that makes sense. Like, no, it shouldn't be appealing. It really, really shouldn't. Do I need to bother? Or can I just encase this in stuff? See, now I'm second guessing myself. Can I get away with just gluing it? I don't want it to come undone though, so I probably won't. I should probably do it properly, really. Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. Should, again, if I had feelings, would they be hurt? Should they be hurt? Nah, obviously, I am taking the piss. I don't care. I always thought that was funny, because I am not swayed by accents. Like, someone's accent does not, for me, contribute to how attractive I find them. It's just a random aspect of their being. So it doesn't matter, to be honest. Yes, like, look, hey, we have already established this. This is not. This is not a. No. This is. No. 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 Absolutely not. I'm just debating whether I make this nicer, because I could. Yeah, I might. I have some more upholstery foam kicking about. I'm just thinking that I might make this a nicer thing. Yeah, I think I'll do that first, before I cut any of this. Because by the time this is actually on her back, it's very flat and rigid. Ugh, why would you say that? Ugh. That's disgusting. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about any of that. Why would you bring that up? I was having a perfectly good time, and now you're reminding me of my mortality, and I don't appreciate it. Jeez. That is, ugh, yuck. That is a big yikes. Also, you know, potentially unsolicited life advice, but I'll warn you anyway. Your 20s are just like a continuation of your teens. So don't get your hopes up. Genuinely. Like you think that it's the beginning of a new chapter. It absolutely isn't. Like it's just your teens, but with more angst, believe it or not, because there's more responsibility. So I am indeed an immortal vampire. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care because it's just a perceived number. It doesn't mean anything. This is true. This is true. I think that's one thing that I do remember about the difference between like the States and the UK is that over here we can drink a few years earlier than you guys can legally. The caveat being legally. So yeah, that is a whole thing. Again, doesn't really matter to me because I've never cared, but yeah, have fun with that. Yes. Oh yeah, no, America is massive. Like, with the UK, you know, when I've gone on like holidays with mates and stuff in the UK, you can travel across most of it in like less than a day, really. Like I can go across the width of the country in a few hours, and that's it. Just driving. America is not like that. I'd like to go at some point, but I don't know where I'd go. Yeah, absolutely massive. And at some point, I would definitely like to check it out. Yeah, I just don't know where I'd go. I I probably wouldn't go to the south because of like the weather, because I can't contend with things being hot and humid, hot and humid. So Midwest, eh, I mean, I'm pretty open to. I mean, I'm open to whatever realistically. I just don't know what I'd be doing while I was there necessarily. I am a big countryside enjoyer, so like forests and mountains and stuff like that. Yeah, nah, no. I'm I'm glad you stuck the haha don't like immediately on the end of that, because no, I I would never ask for anyone's personal information. Okay, treat this as like a disclaimer email from your bank. I would never ask you for your personal details. Literally never. Like I don't even ask people for their names. So like the most I'll do is be like, "Oh, what's the easiest way for me to refer to you in chat?" And that's it, right? That's hey, you know what? That's fine. that's that's fine with me. That's cool. Like that that concerns me not, because it would never happen. So I'm not worried. But that does raise like the other thing that I think about a lot. guns in the States. Yeah, exactly. So over here, that's not a thing. So that's something I think about a lot with America, is how many guns are kicking about. And you know, as an Englishman, we we settle our scores with fisticuffs and knives. Lots of knives. Typically. So hunters, yeah. Hunting is like, I don't know, I feel like people have mixed opinions on hunting. I like it when it serves a practical purpose, right? Like if you are hunting game for your family or for your business, then and it's in like an area that is designated for that kind of thing, and it's all done properly, and it's all above board, like, that's cool. I like that. That's a good thing. Semi-automatic, jeez. Like, I think hunting, when you talk about hunting in the UK, people tend to think of things like fox hunting and like blood sport. That's no bueno. I don't agree with that, because that is just glorifying torture, right? But the whole time it's serving a practical purpose. Yeah, cool. Hunting can be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Things that are regulated and aren't damaging the ecosystem, and and I think also it's one of those things that, like, in the States, it can be like a nice bonding activity between people, and that's fair. That is then your excursion. It's kind of like fishing, you know? It's a similar premise. Stuff like that, yeah, cool. I have no problem with that. It would only ever be when it's taken to unnecessary extremes. Exactly. That sort of thing, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, if you are going out hunting deer and it's for a perfectly sound reason, and it's done in a perfectly respectable manner, and you come away from that with a cool set of antlers for your log cabin, cool. Fair. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That is just part of the process. But if you are going out of your way to slaughter things for a trophy and then to do nothing with the rest of that animal that would serve a purpose, that's just fucked. Then you're just killing things for the sake of killing things, and that's not okay. So it's the intent, right? It's the intent. And it's like people say, if you're going out of your way to deliberately torment an animal, it doesn't take much to escalate that to people. And I agree with that consensus. Like, if that is what you're taking enjoyment out of, then that's just gonna spiral. Yeah, no, that is ridiculous, because that does not serve a purpose. That is just glorifying murder. Because I eat meat, right? I am not unaware of how meat comes to be. I don't take issue with animal slaughter, but it has to be for a purpose and as part of an ecosystem and properly regulated. Then it's fine, right? Coyotes, yeah, coyotes are scary. They are scary things. Because, like, the closest thing I think that we have here are, like, foxes. And they're whatever. Honestly, they're whatever. Like, you know, if you own... There was a point where my family had a bunch of ducks and chickens, right? And foxes were a big problem. And there was a lot of work that went into building an enclosure to keep foxes from being able to get in. But ultimately, like, if we saw a fox prowling around them and we went outside, they would bolt. They'd be gone. Like, they're shit scared of everything. And realistically, if it came to it, most people could take a fox, right? Badgers are different. Badgers are very... Like, I encounter the occasional badger when I'm out and about, because I'm out early. And I will cross the road if I see a badger. I don't want to deal with that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I would not want to fuck with a coyote. And also, like, raccoons. They look so cute. But I would not fuck with a raccoon. Like, they are aesthetically adorable, but under no circumstances would I screw around with a raccoon. Absolutely not. So, yeah. Like, I know, oh, they're trash pandas. Yeah, they're hella cute. But no, they are, yeah, exactly. Like, no. No, I'm too sensible for that shit. And, like, even with foxes, a mate of mine was showing me a video. He was out late, and there was a fox just kind of walking about. And it was this video of him, like, holding his hand out to this fox, and this fox just kind of slowly creeps up to him, puts his head near his hand, and then bites him and runs off. And my mate's showing me this video, and he's laughing. He goes, "Yeah, I called him Nibbles." The fuck do you mean you called him Nibbles? Did you go get any, like, shots after that? What's wrong with you? Look, it's like, well, I mean, for me, it's like 4:45 in the morning. Like, who gives a shit? At this point, we're just vibing, so it's fine. I don't object to just vibing. Um, I will need to go and get some foam to mess with this though. So 11 p.m. Dang. Okay. Well, okay. Then for you, it is that sort of time, right? It is ramble time. It is just, you're just shooting the shit, and there's no real rhyme or reason. It's like, it's kind of like consciously daydreaming, really. You're just spacing out and getting lost in the sauce. That's not a bad thing. I don't see a problem with that. But I do need to go and get some foam. So I will come back to ramble some more in a second. But I need to go grab that. So exactly. Um, okay, give me a sec. I won't be that long. business. And with a bag of upholstery home. Sample? Don't know what you mean. I'm not going to need much of this, so it should be fine. Ouch. Oh. Of course it is. You know what's bad? I forgot what my own BRB screen looks like. That is so bad. And here I was thinking I was pretty awake this morning. Apparently I'm not. And yeah, it was great. It's a routine of mine. Whenever I go to Comic-Con, I always get an egg sandwich. And that's just the way that it is now. And the mate that I go with will always take a picture of me enjoying my egg sandwich. Yo, yeah, I forget that terms exist. Yeah, that's rough. Because my cousins have just had their exam results through. Well, one of them has, and she's the same age as you. So, like, what would you call it? Semesters, I think, is what you call it. We call them terms. So, yeah, I think that's the equivalent. Yeah, so they'll be going back early September. I don't know exactly how early into September, but they'll have all of August off. Yeah, okay, so yeah, you do call it semesters. Okay, cool. I thought I was right, but I wanted to be sure. It's funny the things you get used to. I mean, it's kind of like my nan was talking about my cousin's results and saying, oh yeah, she got this in this subject and this in that subject, and then her brother is only like a couple of years younger than her, but all of his grades are in numbers, and I've got no idea what any of those mean. So, because they had their exams before the summer, and then they've got some of their results back. Yeah, numbers. I've got no idea what the numbers mean. So, like, for the older cousin, like, I know what her grades are, because it's like, you know, your letter grades. And then my nan had said that in music she got a D, which I know is a distinction and not like a bad thing, because, you know, theatre kid. So yeah, exactly. Like that's the standard. That makes sense. But then for like your music and your drama, a D would be a distinction, and not like a bad thing. Well, I say bad, but like, you know, it's like the equivalent of getting an A, I suppose. But yeah, exactly. But I've got no idea what the numbers thing is about. Like, that's super strange. And I think he's gonna have to explain it to us, because he's not had his results back yet anyway. So we don't actually know how he's done, but we're expecting it will be fine. So I think the thing with him is it's like he's painfully capable. It's just whether he can be bothered, you know. I don't know. I think 1 to 10. I think, but I genuinely, like, I've not looked into it, so I have absolutely no idea. I really, really don't know. But I will have to ask someone at some point to try and find out. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I'd imagine 10 would be good? I don't know. I'm really not sure. No, I need to figure out the smartest way of doing this. Because I want to have that on top, but I don't want it to be too bulky on either side. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, numbers. Like, why? Literally, why? Letters. Like, everyone knows that. I don't see the point in changing it all round. It just doesn't make sense. It's like just making things different for the sake of it being different. Literally, why bother? If it ain't broke, don't try and fix it, you know? But having said that, like, before it got to your sort of GCSE stuff, when I was in school, we used to be graded on, like, it was numbers and letters. It's absolutely not perfect. Definitely not perfect. Like, this is very much one of those things. If I was doing it for a competition, I would be doing it in a very different way. Yeah. I don't know what the equivalent would be for you guys. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because we basically had like two big exam chunks in high school. GCSE came first, then A-levels came after. I'm not sure what you guys do, but it was like the two major chunks of exams. I just don't know what they would be for you. Okay. Well, fair enough. In the UK, that is a whole thing. Well, I say the UK. In England, that's a thing. I don't know whether, like, Scotland and Wales and Ireland do things differently. They might. I'm not super sure, if I'm honest. but that was always what we had. But before we dealt with any of those, we used to be graded on numbers and letters. So, like, you'd get like a 3A or a 5C. And that was fairly confusing. Okay. That seems to have held pretty reasonably. So I'll roll with that. Disgusting! That's the classic. Yeah, boo. Boo to the English. Boo. It's honestly a reasonable response. Okay, another potentially controversial take, right? I personally don't understand or engage in patriotism. I do have aircon, yes. It's why I'm having to exist in just my bedroom, because I have my own aircon unit, and that's why I have not perished. And that is the only reason why. No, I literally just got like a standing unit off of Amazon, and that was it. So, yeah, and then I just took the pipe out my bedroom window, and ta-da! That's the whole thing. Okay, yeah, I can get that to work, that's fine. Nah. I think aircon for you guys tends to be quite industrial. Because you guys, like, you've prepared yourselves for the weather. In England, we're shit, and we don't do anything about the weather until it's already a problem. So all this is it's just like a big box with a vent on the front and a vent at the back, and you plug a tube into the back, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And then you just have this big box that's just stood there. And that's all. You just take the pipe from the back out a window, and that's it. Yeah, right? I mean, we should prepare because people do die, but it's the same with any kind of vaguely extreme weather. Like, when it floods, people die and lose their homes. When it's really hot, people die. When it snows, I don't think as many people die, but certainly food becomes a problem. Like, we are so shit at preparing for any kind of natural disaster, right? It's just extreme weather, really. Yeah, like you guys put some thought into what you're doing. We don't. We really don't. We just wait for shit to hit the fan and then act all surprised when it goes wrong. And I say we because as much as I would like to not be involved in this, I don't have a choice, right? Like, I am not self-sufficient, so I'm counting myself as part of this. Although, in my defense, I got that aircon years ago, so I had it well before we were dealing with this heat wave that we've got at the minute. So, yeah, I've been as prepared as I can be. But at the end of the day, like, I am still susceptible to droughts, and food shortages and anything like that. So, power outages because power lines are getting too hot and, you know, things just melting and all that fun stuff. So as much as I try to sort my own shit out, it's limited. Like, there's only so much I can do, really. So, not ideal, but also kind of out of my control in a lot of ways, in fairness. Yeah. Yeah, look. I cannot comment on infrastructure. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect. I can only comment on what I've experienced, and I know that in England we are shit. So I can confidently say we are hideously unprepared for literally anything ever. And it's annoying. I guess just be glad that you are able to live somewhere that takes these things into consideration. Because everyone in the UK is suffering right now. Jeez. That's kind of nuts. I mean, I don't know what kind of scale that would be on. Because I'm sure that there are, like, different degrees, right? But... like, I'm sure there's a scale for the severity of a tornado. Yeah, plenty of time, you know. Ah, rookie numbers. Gotta bump those numbers up. 1 to 5. Right, okay. And is that the kind of thing that, like, you get, like a government text about or something? Because we've just had one of those for the heat. And that was, funny. Probably shouldn't be funny, but it is. I don't know, maybe it's something you get used to. Right. Sirens, shit. I don't know, like, so, a friend of mine was in Japan for a while, and she, there was, like, a siren that went off, because they get, like, earthquakes, right? So there's, like, an earthquake siren that went off, and she freaked out. And she was in, like, a coffee shop or something, and the whole building is just wobbling. But everyone else in this coffee shop is just, like, totally chilled. Like, they are not phased at all. And, like, I guess it's a combination of things. Because on the one hand, like, that happens so frequently in Japan that I'm sure the majority of people are like, right, okay, another one. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But then also, I know that in Japan, they are super sensible, and they will build things on foundations that move. So their buildings, for the most part, will survive the lesser earthquakes because their foundations can shift. And that's so cool. And that's so ingenious. And I respect that. Now, remember, because it's one of those things that I learned about years and years and years ago as like just a random thing that I stumbled across. And it's just stuck with me ever since, just because it is so practical and so sensible. Meanwhile, in the UK, we're building houses on floodplains and at cliff sides, and I'm just, like, pulling my hair out, despairing. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. That goes so hard. Whereas for me, if I'm in that situation, I'm shitting myself. And I have no shame in that. Like, I am actively shitting myself. I would be getting the fuck out of there so fast. It's like storm chasers. Like, you have to be built so different to be a storm chaser. My god. I remember the first time I watched Twister, the movie. Like, I was just panicked the whole way through this movie. Just panicked. Because there is no way. Like, if I get a news broadcast or a government warning that there's about to be a tornado in my area, I'm gone. I'm gone so fast. But the people that, like, actively go out looking for storms and monitoring storms, nah. Absolutely not. There's no way. Nice. I suppose you get... Do you get, like, a decent view from there? Because where I'm at is the bottom of a hill, but up a slope. So, like, I will see floodwater go past the house, but it could never rise up to the house because of the slope. So we're fine. Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Ah, gutted. Because I can go and get a good view if I venture out to the top of this hill. I can get a really good view out over to, like, forests and stuff, and it's great. I love it up there. But in a storm, I wouldn't, for obvious reasons. So, you know. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough. That's something else that I try to be wary of when I'm streaming. And it was something that I had to explain to my nan the other day. I say the other day, it was a couple of weeks ago now. Because I was documenting making something, but I wasn't streaming it. And she'd literally vocalized enough information to give away our exact location. So I'd said to her at the time, like, I know I'm recording this, but I'm glad I'm not streaming, because somebody could find out exactly where we are right now. And yeah, she hadn't even thought about it. So that was funny, but yeah. It's one of those, like, if that had happened, it would have been cool. Well, I'm gonna immediately end the stream and try and scrub as much of it from the internet as I can. But, you know, kind of one of those damage is sort of done situations. Which is why when I'm, like, describing living at the bottom of a hill, like, I'm not... And, like, seeing over to a forest, I'm not relaying anything beyond that. Because, like, I know what that forest is, but no one else needs to know. Oh shit, okay. Yeah, no, that is scary. Fair play. I mean, I like to think that no one would use that information, but you never know, so completely fair. I mean, realistically, I would have thought that there wouldn't be enough traction for anyone to ever see that information in the first place. But not worth taking the chance, so that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, no, I suppose that's the thing with, like, live stuff. It's definitely scary. So that's completely reasonable. I've not been paying attention to any of it, if I'm honest. You know, no offense. But, yeah. I don't even look at the numbers these days. Like, when I first started streaming things, like, I was very conscious of the numbers. But now I'm just like, I kind of do better when I don't know. I suppose because I'm just not, like, deep in it. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. It is always better to be cautious. Out of interest. Okay. I've also written myself a note, because... Okay, cool. Well, that's a plus. I'm glad you reached a conclusion on that. I know that was a thing that you were debating for a little bit, so... Glad you've managed to come to a consensus. I think if it's one of those things that you like anyway, then, you know, you might as well. Well, it's one of those things, it's a useful skill to develop. But I'm approaching that from a cosplay standpoint, and if that's not really, like, a major aspect, then it doesn't really matter, so that's all fair, to be honest. Nice. That's good. Crystal's been in here every so often, and it's always nice just have them kicking about. I'm always open to people just rocking up and vibing. Fine by me. So I'm friends with Wolfire. Wolfire and I are, like, real... I say real life. Like, you know... You know what I mean, right? So... we have met in person. Crystal, I don't believe I've met in person. But I also meet a lot of people, and I will feel really shit if we have met and I just don't remember, so I don't believe we have. Bestie. Yeah, Wolfire and I, we do have... I mean, it's not a very long history, but we do have a history. So... But Crystal, I don't believe so. No. 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 No offense to Wolfire, but no. Although there was an incident. There was an incident wherein a co-worker was trying to incite something. I don't know. I don't know how much of this I should go into. I'll try and frame it carefully. But the long and the short of it is that a co-worker was trying to get there to be something between us. And I found out, and I was very angry. because it was not Wolfire's fault at all. It was a co-worker who was absolutely just like shit stirring. And I found out, and I played into the narrative, but gave it a really awful conclusion. And in the end, this co-worker was horrified, thinking that he had made something bad happen, and went to find Wolfire to apologize. And then Wolfire was like, wait, that didn't happen, and yeah. So I absolutely was, I went full fucking evil mastermind on this guy, because I was extremely angry that he was trying to make something that wasn't there into a whole incident. Because at the time, like, I was Wolfire's boss, basically. So I was fucking pissed that this would be a thing. So, yeah, I decided that I would try and show him what could have happened by pretending it did. And he hasn't spoken to me since. So, you know, like, did I go pretty far with it? Yeah, I did. Did I, like, exercise the full extent of my distinction star thespian grading? Hell yeah, I did. But also, fuck him for trying to do that. It was fucked. I'm not gonna give specifics on it, but what he was trying to make happen was he was basically trying to keep this as vague as possible. He was trying to encourage sexual assault in the workplace. So I pretended that it had happened. And he was like, ooh, so how did that go? So I then played into the fact that it is assault. Even if it's happening to a man, it's still assault. And that it was non-consensual, and that's not okay. And yeah, basically I played hard into that, and into being really horrified over it. And then he admitted that it was his idea, so I ripped into him. I absolutely ripped into him. And I forced him to stop and think about the implications. And then he went to go find Wolfire, and Wolfire explained that, oh, that didn't actually happen. And then, you know, cogs were turning, and he realised that I made it up. So, don't know why the bot blocked you. Honestly, I don't know what's happening with the auto mod stuff, because sometimes it'll let things through, and sometimes it's like, oh no, that was fine. So it can't make its mind up, I swear. But yeah, basically that's how that went down. And you know, I'm sure most people would have just gone to this guy and been like, hey, I heard you're trying to encourage this thing. What's wrong with you? But I decided it would be more impactful if I pretended that it had happened, and he could see firsthand what the ramifications would be. So, oh, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. But yeah, that's like the highly sanitized version of events. That's what happened. So yeah, so Wolfire and I have a history of being work colleagues and then being friends, and that is the full history. There is nothing beyond that. So yeah, as much as this guy tried to make there be something beyond that, there wasn't. So, And no offense to Wallfire, but I wasn't interested. So, yeah. Yeah. It was really, really shit. And, you know, like I say, it's one of those things that is difficult because a lot of people take it lightly when they're talking about these things happening to a man, right? So I felt the need to remind him that no, that's just not okay. It doesn't matter who it's happening to. That's never okay. You can't do that. So, yeah. And that was how that went. Yeah, genuinely. Genuinely. You know, he was viewing it from a very, very childish and immature perspective. And he was looking at it like, just like it was gossip, really. Like, ooh, oh, so what happened? It's like, no, that's not what that is. What do you mean? So, yeah, I was hella mad. So I put the fear of God in him. And that was the end of it. Yeah, literally. Like, it's, you know, we're not in high school anymore. Like, you can't just go up to someone and do something that they've not consented to and have it be all fun and games and like something out of a shitty romance, like a teen romance film, right? Like that's not how the world works. That's not real. Yeah, nah. Nah, definitely not. But like that was always the thing though, right? Like back in your teens and you know, you got films like Twilight and other stuff like that that sort of glorifies this kind of high school romance thing, which I always thought was weird and gross and never understood. But like that's not that's not reality. It's not something to aspire to. It's weird to fantasize about that, frankly. I think I watched it once a very long time ago with a friend of mine because she thought that I would like it and she liked it. And I watched it and was like, yeah, not really. Like I don't understand the appeal here. So, yeah. But yeah, the long and the short of it, Wolfire and I are chill. We are friends. We get on. We hang out. And we were perfectly friendly as co-workers as well. Like you know, I may have been their boss, but I never treated anyone differently because I was in a more powerful position. Like, you know, everyone was always equal to me in my mind. So I was perfectly fine with being friendly. And we are still friends now. So, nah, it's cool. Like, it's a perfectly fair question, and it's one of those things, like, I'm fine talking about it. I just want to make it very clear that, like, Wolfire had absolutely no part in anything. Like, it was nothing to do with them, really. It was all this one guy. So, yeah, they were not involved in any capacity. Wolfire is just a mate of mine who is occasionally in my streams because their sleep is scuffed. And I met them through my old workplace. And then I left, and now we chat. And yeah, occasionally I will go, like, hang out with them or whatever. I don't believe they stream. I don't believe they do. I think a lot of the time they'll be playing games, like, just on their own and chilling. So yeah. Yeah. I think they've usually got other things going on, so yeah, as far as I know, they don't stream anything. I could just be a bad friend, though. That's completely possible. Stranger things have happened. You say that. I'm notoriously shit for keeping tabs on people. Like, it's a running theme. Like, if a friend of mine messages me, they know that there is a very good chance that I just will not see that for ages. Like I've said before, there's usually only one or two reliable channels for actually getting hold of me, and I limit who I allow on those channels to, like, just my very, very close friends. I try to be a good friend. Well, I don't know, do I? Like, I suppose it's less that, and it's more I try to be a decent person. Just in general, to everyone, right? Like, I don't really reserve that for friends. It just is always... It's always applicable, right? Oh yeah, no, stream, like, I'm trying to make a real effort to stream on a daily basis currently, because I need to get into the habit. But I also acknowledge that, like, as the day goes by and more people wake up, other things tend to happen and it gets trickier. So, thank you. I think it's easier for me to do this stuff early in the morning, well, my early in the morning, just purely because of the fact that I'm less likely to have to do other stuff. So I can find the time. I mean, tomorrow I'm going to be going to the gym with a mate of mine, so... Or if he can't come, then I'll be going regardless, so... either way, I'll be going to the gym in the early hours. But I will still be trying to stream when I get back. So I'm not going to be going today because I go very, very early. Because then there's, like, basically no one else around, and I like that. I hate having to contend with a busy gym, because then you're waiting for most of the time that you're there. Like, you need to use certain equipment, and someone else is on it, and then you're just waiting around for them to finish. And that drives me insane. So yeah. So I will go at, like, well, I'll be in there from, like, 2 in the morning. So, and then how long I'm there for just depends how quickly I get through everything. Like, if I'm on my own, I can get through everything in sort of, like, hour and a half-ish. But if I'm with a friend and, like, helping them out, then, you know, that's gonna vary. So it depends. It depends. But I don't mind taking the time to help out. Yeah, yeah. Well, on a standard day, my alarm is set for 10 to midnight. That's when I get up. So, you know, take that for what it is. Yeah, it's a 24-hour one. So, and that's one of those things that, like, wherever I end up in the world, because I don't know. I don't know what life will end up looking like. But wherever I go, I will have to be near a 24-hour gym. And that is non-negotiable. That is a requirement. I will not compromise. Yeah, right? It's great. It's honestly great. But it's why I'm, like, I'm part of the whole no sleep gang. Because my entire existence revolves around being able to do things early and just kind of on my own terms, I guess. Because fundamentally, I am a massive control freak, so I want to do things my way. Yeah, see, that would just ruin me. I have to be able to have my early morning nonsense. It's super, super important. Like, I need to be able to have my time alone, you know? Because if I can't get that, I will hurt someone. Like, even going on holidays with friends and stuff, I will still get up stupid early just to be on my own for a while. It is necessary. So, like, sleep just isn't even a consideration then. Like, death comes before sleep. Like, of all your options, that's really how you're going to play this. Because as much as I love my shenanigans, I don't particularly recommend it. Like, I have genuinely engineered my existence around this need. And it's why I go to bed so early. And it also means that I exclude myself from a whole bunch of social activities. So it's a fairly hardcore lifestyle. I don't recommend it. You do end up sacrificing quite a lot. Ah, I see. Yeah, well, that's pretty lame. Fair enough. It's fine. Like I say, honestly, you didn't miss much. And then I ended up getting kind of inadvertently pulled away, and then I had to go do other things, and So really, it was a little bit of a disaster. So honestly, not a big deal. I won't be doing this so early tomorrow because I will be in the gym. So it should be okay. You shouldn't miss anything tomorrow. In theory. I'm not sure how you're quantifying random things. Like random noises, or like are you just like the things in your environment just make you jump or whatever? Or are we talking more about like crushing existential dread? Because yeah.
So the crushing dread, oh god, yeah, for sure. And then I just chuckle and move on with my day. But yeah, the random things in the environment, when I'm like half asleep, quite frequently, I will, I suppose, kind of hallucinate a situation, and I'll think it's real, and I'll be like trying to act on it, and then it'll take me a second to realize that it's not real, and then I'll go back to bed and it's fine. But that's happened a few times before. But that's because I'm like mostly asleep at the time, so it doesn't really concern me a whole bunch. So, I mean, yeah, I do occasionally get jumped by things that aren't real, just because I'm tired or basically asleep. So, I wouldn't worry about that too much, to be honest. But then what do I know? Oh, the dread, yeah, it exists, but I will acknowledge it and just kind of laugh about it, and then move on with whatever. I don't know. I think I have an optimistic sort of nihilism, wherein I can acknowledge the kind of inherent pointlessness to a lot of existence. But also, I can look at it and kind of shrug and be like, well, it's all I've got, so oh well. And then that's kind of good enough. Is it a symptom? What, of sleep deprivation? Maybe. I'm not a doctor. I also don't know whether I am sleep deprived. I might be. I don't know. Although I will say, like, existing on 3 hours of sleep, that is going to do things to your brain. I'm not a medical professional, but I can say that with confidence. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I am a doctor of nothing. Like, not even the things that I'm fairly confident with. I would not give myself that much credit. And definitely, I would say, like, don't trust me. just don't. Don't ever trust me. Don't trust anyone, frankly. Actually, let me reframe that, because that could end up biting me in the arse. Don't rely on anybody. No, I'm not. I can't be trusted to look after myself, let alone a group of people, right? Like a friend of mine, his partner was over at one point with their very, very young son, and she gave me this small child to hold, and we both like stared into each other's eyes, horrified the whole time. That's the level I'm at, right? No, don't trust me with your life. Good God. Absolutely not. Don't trust anyone with your life. Not unless you have no choice. Like, good grief. A general rule of thumb. Depend on nobody. Wherever possible, depend on nobody. Only ever trust yourself. That is the safest approach you can take to anything ever. It's implied, okay? Sleep comes under the bracket of anything. But I do... For all the ha-ha funnies, I do mean that, though. Like, don't just trust people. Yes. Not no, yes. And for as goofy as this is, right? I do mean that. Like, that is because that's something that I worry about a lot. Is like the parasocial side of being a vaguely public entity. Of course, I'm super flattered and grateful, and I appreciate it. But also, I don't want to encourage people to rely on anybody outside of themselves for stuff, right? Have I actually managed to do this consistently for a week, though? I feel like I haven't. I feel like it's only been a couple of days, really. So, I don't think it's been long enough, frankly. But yeah, I do mean that with complete sincerity. Okay, 4 days could be worse, I suppose. It could definitely be better, but it could be worse. So, fine. Fine, I will take 4 days. But yeah, an honest rule of thumb. Do everything in your power to rely exclusively on yourself, because it is safer. And it will stop you being susceptible to being manipulated. It's nearly usable. It's really nearly usable. And I need to make it usable so that I can test it on my friend later when I see her. So, yeah. It looks a little scuffed on the inside, but on the outside, it's not horrendous. So, it's fine. It is getting places. I can make this work. I just have to figure out how I want to attach everything. Though I'm pretty sure I know what I want to do here. But yeah, it's nearly usable. It's pretty hype. And it could look worse, so I'm okay with that. It could look an awful lot worse. I suppose it's good to be aware of stuff like that. I don't know. I suppose I I like to be trusting. I enjoy trusting people, but ultimately, I know to only ever share what can't hurt me, right? I'm just lucky in that most things can't hurt me. Like, I am unfazed by the vast majority of things. But yeah, just be aware, I guess. I'm lucky. Like, I have always been extremely difficult to use. Yeah. I get it. And it's difficult, right? Because it's one of those qualities that is inherently good and it feels nice. But ultimately, it is exploitable. And that's just shit. It's really shit that good things are the ones that are easiest to use for bad intentions. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, but as somebody who's existed for almost twice as long as you have, you won't be able to continue like that. And it sucks. And I don't want to have this come as like a really negative thing, but for you to be able to exist in a comfortable state, you do have to get past that. You have to be a little more cynical, basically. And you can be cynical without being pessimistic. Like, they are mutually exclusive. So, yeah. It's tricky, right? Because I've always been extremely analytical. So, I will dissect a situation to look for a motive before within like I can go over shit in my head in like half a second and figure out what I believe to be someone's intentions, and then I will act on that accordingly. It's not to say I always get it right, but these days I'm fairly good at sort of kicking back, biding my time, thinking things through, and not getting super invested. But I do understand where you're coming from. And I think it is an inherently nice quality to have. So I feel like you being that way makes you an inherently good person, right? But it does make other things trickier. And you will find that people will absolutely use that against you. 100% they will. And it's like blood in the water for sharks, right? You will attract people that want to use you. Like, you just will. That is how that works. So I'm not saying to approach life super critically, but I am saying to go around protected, right? Like, you don't have to be going through life fully kitted up with a bloody great riot shield. Although that, I do rate that. But that's because that's my existence. But it's like riding a bike without a helmet, right? You can do it, but if you get into a scuffle, it's gonna really hurt. Whereas if you've got your helmet on, yeah, okay, cool. You might find that most of the time you didn't need it, but it will save you the time you do. I don't think that that's indicative of good and bad people. I think intent is what matters, right? Because even good people can do bad things. But it depends on what drives them. And in the same way, bad people can do good things. But it depends on their intent. And that's something I've had to teach a couple of people. Is that just because somebody is being nice or doing something that is good doesn't mean that they're a good person. Like, it is all about where that is coming from, right? Like, there's, at the minute, part of my family drama. There is a family member who is trying to organise a birthday party for an elderly family member. And on the face of it, that seems like a nice thing, right? Like, he's looking to hire out a hall and get in contact with a bunch of people and make this big party of it, right? But the elderly family member is not interested in that at all because she's very old and she wants to just be at home. So then you stop and think, okay, well, then what's the intention here, right? And that's what I'm saying. So it works both ways. Like, you can look at something on the face of it and it appears one way, but you have to, I always say you scope out, right? And you observe the bigger picture, the broader picture. Because you can't tell until you look at all of the shit that's around it. And then you get a better idea. Because, other family are looking at this like, oh, that's a nice thing to organise. Oh, that's very good of him. No, the man's an arse. The only reason he's doing it is so that he can look good in front of everyone for organising it. But his mother, the poor elderly lady, doesn't want it. She just wants a quiet time in her armchair at home. So, I suppose it's less about just be skeptical, I guess. Like, you don't have to assume the worst all the time, but it is important to look at everything surrounding a situation. So, you saying that you're not a good person for resorting to anger and violence, where I used to work, I was angry all the time, literally all the time. But it's because I was frustrated. Hang on. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. It's because I was frustrated, right? Because I was seeing my work colleagues, who, most of which were at that point my friends, I was seeing them being exploited by this company day in, day out, worked to the fucking bone for literally nothing in return. And it drove me insane. And that's why I was so angry. So anger can be well placed. Violence can be well placed. It's not ideal, but it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. Everything comes down to intent. So don't critique yourself too harshly. Look at the reason behind your actions or your feelings. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? It's rough. It's rough, and life is tricky and full of nuance, and you won't know things until you get to them. You won't recognize things until you've been through them. And it's one of those things, like, it's difficult. Because I want to try and help, but I can't, right? Like, I can't live for you. I can give suggestions based on my experiences, but ultimately it's stuff that you're going to have to come to yourself. And that's shit. And it will be shit. And I don't want to set up, like, the rest of your life as this big scary thing that you have to conquer. And like I don't want to put you off of the idea of existing, right? Because there are so many fantastic, memorable, incredible moments. But if you approach it cautiously, you will save yourself a lot of hassle and a lot of grief and a lot of pain. Just be careful. That's it. You don't have to be critical, but you do have to be careful. Especially with new people, right? Especially with new people. And it's always worth considering what somebody would have to gain, right? Like, how would something benefit somebody else? And hey, look, sometimes people are just being nice because they're nice. Great. That's wonderful. And that's, you know, what can I say about that, really? That's just nice. But it doesn't hurt to be careful. Look, again, I appreciate you liking me and trusting me. Genuinely, that feels fucking wonderful. But also, don't. You don't know me. You don't know me, I don't know you. So, as much as I am genuinely grateful for that, don't trust me. Just don't. I am a stranger on a live stream. So, trust yourself, right? Trust yourself and learn things and be sensible and look after yourself, right? That's, yeah, that's the long and the short of it. Good, excellent, yes. Treat me like I've got fucking rabies, okay? Just keep a sensible distance. And don't put all of your faith in a strange British man. Right? Sat like a goblin on his bedroom floor at 6:30 in the morning. on the other side of the world. Like, that's just feels like an unreliable source, you know? So, yeah. In fairness, you'll reach a more stable point as you figure things out through life. So, and you're extremely young, so honestly, you will just figure shit out as you go. Like, that is how this works. And you have a very long time to figure stuff out. So there is honestly no pressure. It's completely fine. I'm just trying to hopefully impart something that could be useful, right? But yeah, okay, fine. A distance across the world. A substantial distance across the world. Somewhere else that is not where you exist. That is a vast distance to cover, right? Far away. I'm far away. So, fine, right? Details, details. The semantics don't matter. The content is what's important, so, you know. Anyway, what time is it where you're at? Surely you should be at least pretending to try and go to sleep, right? Because, not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna have to faff with this side of things off stream, because it's going to involve hand stitching it, I expect, and that's going to take a very long time and be difficult to show on a camera. So, 12:30. Well, there you go. I think you should probably try and go to bed. And I'm going to try and figure out a sensible way of getting this to stay together. Yes. Definitely yes, okay? I appreciate sleepers for the weak, but flesh is weak, and we are flesh, so that's what we're rolling with here. And that's just the way it is. How long have I been going for, anyway? Probably a good while by now, right? Yeah, over 4 hours, so... Hey, look. We've established I am an ancient nerd, right? So... Sleep good. Yeah. For 4 hours 12, that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. Because I don't know whether I will be back later today. I'm gonna say probably not. Because I'm seeing one friend around 10 a.m. and then my other friends early afternoon. And before all of that, I need to get my shit together and, like, have a shower and wash my hair and, you know, standard stuff. So, yeah. And my hair's kind of long, so it takes a while. But, yeah. So I don't think I will be back with more of this today, but I will be back with stuff tomorrow because I am determined to keep this as my routine. So, hair reveal? Nah. It's, currently it's gross and tied up out of the way. So, yeah, I need to go wash it. No, I'm not showing my gross hair. No, that's effort. It is ridiculous. So, no, I will not be peer pressured into showing my gross hair. Show next stream. Maybe. I'll have to make sure that there's nothing incriminating behind me, so that if I angle the camera, like, I'm not revealing anything nefarious. You know, no, like, bodies or things like that. My hair is currently gross. It won't be tomorrow. So, maybe tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to call it there so that I can go spend a painful amount of time hand stitching this, probably. Hey, look. I'm not saying anything, right? But I could absolutely murder a bowl of Cocoa Pops, so take that for what you will. See, now I feel old. Like that for me feels like the line. So, yeah, that's a pretty rough note to end on, not gonna lie. I hope nobody entertains that. Because that is not worthy. Yeah. Yep, I will take the L on that one. 100%. Right. At least I have most of a backpack, so yes, okay. I know, right? We've established this. Damn it. Right, I'm leaving. 57? No. Okay, right. That's just rude, okay? I will accept that I am almost 30. Ouch. 57, I'm drawing a line. Okay, now it's just ridiculous, because no one's going to believe that. Look at my hands, right? They are, well, actually, they're a little bit scuffed, but for the most part, I do not have the skin of a 79-year-old, so, although they are a little bit scuffed. It's because the aircon makes them really dry, so they look worse than they are, but 66. 69. Do the kids still find that funny? Or am I just, like, really out of touch? Oh no, it's 6-7 now, isn't it? That's the new thing. That's what the kids are into these days. 6-7. So stupid. No, not really. That's such a shame. Back in my day, that was hilarious. That's such a shame. Damn. So out of touch. But then I think it would be weird if I tried to stay in touch with people half my age, right? Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That's fair. That's completely fair. I wouldn't blame you for that. In fact, I think that would be deserved. So, yeah. That's a reasonable reaction. And, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go, reevaluate my life choices. And, yeah. You go sleep, or at least something vaguely close to that. And then anyone else, you know, depending on what the time is where you're at, you go sleep as well, or don't sleep. I'm not your dad, so do what you like, I guess. Anyways, I'm gonna call it at that. And I will be back tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what time. But yeah, I will definitely be back. It'll be sometime in the morning for me. But sleep is for non-cult members. I suppose. we still need to figure out the parameters for that. We need like a rule set. So I'll leave it to you guys to think on our cult rules, our doctrines, and yeah, I'm gonna peace out. To be honest, you have a name. Uh-oh. Oh God. All right. I'll hear you out, and then I will leave. Hey, you know what? That slaps. That actually slaps. That's really cool. Damn. Yeah, alright. I'll take that. That is unreasonably cool. Sure. I'll roll with it. Keep a note of that somewhere because I will 100% forget. So you will have to keep slapping me across the face with the name. So... okay. Cool. That's a fun premise. But yeah. Anyway, that's a much cooler note to leave on than my remembering my age. So I hate the fact that this has become like a running thread. Like it's not just you. That's the thing. If it was just you, then it'd be like, oh haha, funny, yeah, I'm old. But it's numerous people, and it's I'm just gonna have to lean into it at this point. That's the only way I get through this. So anyway, I'm gonna go contend with the passage of time, and you go sleep or whatever, and I will. Yeah, you're right. I do. You're right. I will try and figure out when I'm gonna be on tomorrow, and then if I can make things consistent, I will start actually like publicizing when I'm going to be doing stuff. So yeah, because it will always be in the mornings because that is like, yeah, that's not a bad shout. That's not a bad shout. I'd probably do it through my Insta because my Insta is my biggest platform for sure. So yeah, I'll just whack something on my Insta, and then at least people will know what I'm doing. But yeah, I will figure it out, and then actually like try to get people in here. So yeah, because it's been painfully inconsistent recently. Exactly. Right. On that note, I am actually going to leave now. So yeah. But have a good evening or morning or whatever it is, wherever you're at. And I will catch you tomorrow at some point, eventually. So, yeah. Have a good one, and catch you in a bit.